Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Flying with Mike today. Hope you've all had a grand weekend. Great week started. You're over the hump. The weekend, guess what's staring you down again? And this time into, for the U.S. at least, Thanksgiving weekend as we begin to head towards Thanksgiving. So hope you all are very thankful. Lots of things to be thankful for out there, even in the times of sorrow, which I've been, for the last couple of days, the household's been through. So we'll be progressing now on into the Thanksgiving season. So, folks, we sit in well, I ain't going to say it's the greatest place in the world, Chicago, but, hey, that's where we're at, Chicago's Midway Airport. A lot happens in this little 6,000 to 7,000 foot runway environment here. And, well, we're going to take our run at it. So, Southwest sits on the line. Gate is B15 we're in. Feel free to grab a plane. Join us. We're headed to Vegas, baby. So, grab a plane. 737, Airbus, I don't care. We'd love to have you in the air with us. Real quick, before we hop up into the office, this Saturday, so 2 days from now, correction, today's Wednesday, by the way, it's hump day, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, come Saturday, we are going to fly from Miami, otherwise known as Miami to everyone else, to Anchorage. So hope you all can carve out some time, join us up there. We'd love to have you along on that flight. Again, Miami to Anchorage, folks, it's an 8.5-hour ride. I hope to sport the Queen of the Skies, 747-200, but who knows? Could be a change in plans. I know another pilot bringing up the MD-11, so you never know what all will be in the air. It's an 8.5-hour flight, so you know it's going to be a heavy. All right, so let's do it. Get into cockpit here and pre-flight this and get it going. Right now, sitting, like I said, gate B15. So let's see. Sim Toolkit, there you are. Hang on, I just want to help y'all along with it. I kind of forget this quite a bit, so I thought I'd get it running now, the overlay at the top. And there we go. There's Sim Toolkit. And as you can see, folks, we're on the flight summary page. The flight plan's already in. We are looking at a flight that is going to take off on runway 31 Charlie, center runway. 6,500 feet is all they're giving us, folks. So guess what? We're going to have to work our butts to make sure we get this off the ground correctly. And I'm just getting something to line up right here. There we go. All right. Hang on a second. Just make sure it's nothing important. All right. Just making sure my moderator wasn't saying something wasn't working right. All right, yep, he's talking about being ready to fly in a few days on the flight to Anchorage. So welcome in. Hope things out at the corn patch are going well for you, Hawker. As we were saying, a 6,500 foot runway. We're looking at, for the flight itself, loadout of 31,400 pounds. Something I neglected to put in here. That'll work. And 154 brave souls behind us. However, I think they just want out of Chicago just to get out of Chicago. And you know what? I can't blame them. So 27,000 pounds of fuel. We're going to run with a cost index of 45. Now, somebody sent me a document on cost index. And I don't know, reading through the different airlines, different airframes, I'm kind of scratching my head going, is that right, wrong, true, false? don't know, 'cause 45, and it says, actually, I upped it a little for Southwest. They're 20 to 45. That, oh well. So maybe they're in the game of saving fuel. I don't know. But yeah, that just seems kind of low to me. So, and as you can see, we've got a step climb along the way. We're going to start to 32,000, then it grabs 34,000. So, weather here, let's see if we get an ATIS. No, we didn't get an ATIS, but the weather's 270 at 11, light snow, drizzle, broken layer at 1200, overcast at 1800, and it is 1 degree below zero here, folks. That is Celsius. Don't have a heart attack, those of you in Chicago listening to me. That is Celsius. That is only about 30 to 31 degrees. The world has not ended yet. So that's what we have here on the ground here. Over here you can see the rest of our flight plan. I do have it in the format. This is what's called default or LIDO when you're at SimBrief. You find it on the right hand side, pretty close to the top, where you can set it in kilos or pounds and what you want to see and contingencies and all of that. This one, as you can see, why I say it's a lot easier on the eyes to figure out what the heck you're reading. The other ones get kind of rough in this lackluster format here. I could even go daylight, folks. It don't make any better sense. So here's the fuel breakdown. Oh, real quick, winds 331 at 36. So we do have a little bit of a headwind to contend with. And then we are shooting or planning for 2.6 left, even though I think the winds lean more to the ones. That's what they're shooting there. So, and probably because heavies are coming in from overseas and all of that's probably got a lot to do with it. At 2,600 feet above sea level, any help you get with length of runway, which 27 right or 26 right is, I think, on the order of 14,000 feet long, they'll take it. So, and again, fuel breakdowns right here. We're going to have a taxi fuel allotted at 500 pounds. We're looking at blocking around 27,050. And continuing down, alternate today is all Ontario. And again, you can see the route. It's Peaky, Albany, O'Gale, Lincoln, HVE, and then on into Vegas. All right, folks, sorry for that. Wife had a phone call. All right, so let's kill Sim Toolkit and get this rolling, shall we? All right, while we saw it, let's get over here and load up real quick. First thing, we'll start them doing their thing in the back. Come over here to the payload page. And we are looking at 31,400. So where are we in kilograms? Hang on a second. I gotta change it again. Why does this play does not save? Double check I didn't miss going to kilograms here. Nope. Okay, home. Make sure there's no saves here. Okay, so the save is out here. Save. There we go. I really hate when it does that. Ugh. Alright, so let's try that again. It should now say pounds. And we put in 31,400. Okay, I'll try it again. 31,400. All right, so that brought us up to our zero fuel, which is correct. 126,443. Perfect. Fuel isn't correct. That needs to get up to 27,050. Correct? Yes. Okay. We'll go back and click the fuel truck. All right, so there we go. We are now loading and we can just watch this roll up. All right, so while that's going on, let's go all the way up to the top here. Okay, do our quick checks here. Okay, reverser lights are off, EECs are on, oxygen's good, and the switch is guarded. Service phone off. ELT's there, and we're going to turn these off. Usually I do that first. I don't know why I decided to do it backwards. We'll wait for them to shut down and then continue. Well, we'll just continue on. Alright, so flight controls are all guarded, yaw dampers off, everything, radio navigation's in the normal. And crossfeed check. Want to see a bright light, go to a light just like these, bringing it back. We're going to go to a dark light. Remember, this is not an Airbus, folks, so things light up here to tell you they're on. Whereas Airbus, if they're not lit, it's a good chance they're on. So, okay, back up to the top. We're off. Go to align. We're on DC, on DC. Again, those who frequent the channel most often know what that means is if we lose our generators and our APU generator, so your big engines on the wings or the auxiliary and the tail, they all have a generator on it. If those lose and we switch to the APU to give us generator and that doesn't work, we can still tell where we are. So that's why it's a really critical check. All right, so we got 7 minutes. And if you didn't know, that's why I move it over to HDG-STS. It gives you up in the display here how many minutes to alignment, 7 minutes. So it's your call. Do you want to go to the FMC or do the overhead panel? I'm pretty well set up, so we'll just run down it again. Okay, everything's looking good, normal. We did our cross-feed checks. Fuel pumps are all off. We're on ground power, IFE, and cabin utils are on. Batteries guarded. Standby power's on. And we are on the ground power and we're set. Coming down the middle, the cooling, equipment coolings are normal and the emergency exit set. Simple tests. And now I'll check my lighting and we're all set. Today is 16, so we'll stay on the right igniter. What I do is left for odd, right for even days. And I do the same with the GPS here in a minute. Okay, window heats are on, probe heats are off, anti-ice are off. Electrics are off on the hydraulics, engines are on, but they're not running because the engines aren't running. Correct. Okay, pressurization's good. Trim air's on, we're set. We don't have any air on the aircraft, so really we just turn it on to have it ready. We're in auto with the recirculating packs, and our packs are sitting ready to go. Today's flight starts at, we'll top out at 34, so we'll set 35. And our top Landing field is 2181. Okay, and that takes care of the upper panel. Real quick, down here in the middle, everything's set and looking good. Okay. All right, speed brakes, flaps are up. Speed brakes down, flaps up. Fuel control levers, idle, cutoff, throttles. Takeoff config warning good. And okay, good there. Okay. And finally, okay, and wrapping it up, 22. All right, and we are now on VATSIM, as you can tell. All right, so we're going to come back up here, and let's get that FMC started up. And dummy me forgot about that. I can't pull that out. Now, real quick, while we got just a few minutes here, what you're looking at here is called Zibo's 737-800. Basically, it is a, let me say it real slowly for those in the PMDG world, just go, Mustfuss is so much better. Okay. This aircraft is free. And it is equal to, and in many aspects better than, PMDG. And it's free. Should I say it again? Free. Sure beats God knows how much money you paid to PMDG. All right, enough of that. So on we go. Ident, make sure we got the right airplane. We do. And we're up to date with the nav. And we'll go here. And we're at KMDW. Route. How about we go back? I just realized I forgot to do a step. And that is, whoop. What happened to the GPS? We in a line? Oh, I know why. Yeah, if you move them over to nav, then when you come down here, you'll be able to set your GPS up. There we go. See? Told you. Just like PMDG. Damn, you all paid so much. Alright, we are Southwest Airlines 572. MDW to KLAS. Okay, we do not have a company route. Folks, it doesn't take long to put this route in here. So hang on, let's see here. We've got all of that. So we'll go to the next page and we start it. By the way, the alignment has occurred. That's why you see the blue and the brown for the artificial horizon and the nav display now displayed. OBENE. Echo Gale. Then we go to Lincoln, LNK, that being Nebraska. Close this discontinuity off at HVE. Go to the next page. And we're at G-gap. Activate, execute. All right, now we'll go to the departure page. Very simple. Now, Midway 6? Oh, it is 6. Okay, for some reason I thought I read 4. That's why it caught me off guard. We could do one of these two. Folks, it's just a straight out and then a turn. So let's just look for our runway, 31 Charlie. And we'll hit enter. Back to our route page.
Saitek, fuel is all loaded up and you are good to go.
That is what I love to hear. Route copy complete. All right, let's go to legs. Check this out. Okay, I believe that was probably a vector, but that's okay. We'll be doing it again anyway. All right. So we need to push up to here and click over to plan. Come back down. All right, so you know what? Let's go ahead and widen out from 5 to say 20. There we go. All right, and what we're looking for are discontinuities, and we're looking to make sure nothing goes like I accidentally typed something in wrong and it goes 5,000 miles off in the direction.
Midway traffic southwest 2733 descending 5,000 feet for hills on the Yankee.
Oh boy, and I have someone talking the whole way down. They don't realize you don't have to do that, folks. All right, so hang on. I'm going to turn them down, hopefully. Or, you know what, better yet, switch channels. All right. All right, so we're back at it. Let's go through it step by step. Okay, everything's looking good. No discontinuities. And that's the start of our arrival, which is Chow 2 arrival into Vegas. All right, so we are set and ready to go on the flight plan, at least. Back to route. Move over here. Now, this is where I have run into some problems here of late. We are 26.4. All right, it came in right this time. Fuel expected 27.0. All right, I like filling them in. You didn't have to do that, by the way. That's rounded up because we're at 50. Okay, so our reserve is 7.2 so that we can make sure we make Ontario still have 45 minutes of fuel. Cost index we said was 45. And today we start off at 32 with the 34. So we'll just put 32 in here for now. Cruise winds 331 at 36. Oh, got to put the dash in. Now, you could put the outside temperature in here. We see 4. I'm going to try. That's what I thought. All right, and that's why I don't. So we'll execute. All right, next page. Why is it already filled in for us? There it is. Oh, I must have hit next page. Let me try that again. Go back. Yep, that's what I did. Okay. Go back. N1 limits. All right. Now, this is always a fun page. So what I do here, I use a little program called TOPCAT. Okay, now it's part of the professional Flightplanner that's out there, PFPX. It's not dead on, folks, but it gives you a good starting point. So that's what we're going to use it for. So we've got it all set up. The only thing not factored in here is winds aloft, but that's not what it's meant for. This is not meant to say how long it will take to go from point A to point B. It just gives you how many miles, and I thought it gave an estimate, but it doesn't do that. However, you do get your CGs if ever needed. You can always compare those. But I go to the next page, takeoff. I click update to start with. And then you're going to see that it's estimating winds at 260 at 9, 1 degree, and 1019 QNH, 30.10 for the altimeter. We're going to go with a wet runway because it has, and it said, light snow, even though it doesn't have a contaminated. Kind of look at your takeoff weight, make sure it's pretty close, 993. Well, we're off by 20. We'll take it. We'll put the engines and wing anti-ice on for takeoff, even though probably SOP would say Nixay on the wing ice, but the engine you would be wanting to run. It serves two purposes. It basically removes, when FOD hits it, it helps get it before the fans, but it happens, especially the big stuff. But it also does have a heating element, so it does help in that aspect too. And we can't derate, so that makes it pretty simple. 25 they're calling. Well, that's kind of stiff. I mean, technically, yeah, we could. What we're going to do is stick with the keep it at 1, which actually we're at 4. So we'll run climb, and all we're trying to do is derate the engine so they're not running at 100+%, which means more wear and tear in between the big cycles of maintenance. So let's do a climb 2. Even though I don't know if Southwest is that nice to its passengers. And we'll keep it at TO. Go to the takeoff page. Now, I always go next, throw my winds in. So they said 260 at, you see here, I need to get rid of it. Okay, hang on. I thought I could do both at the same time, but it is not working. All right, so 260. At Niner, okay. Runway slope here is trying this again. Down 0.1 slash the runway heading of 318. Oh, thank you for telling me that, folks. Okay, 4 degrees. We're not running a select. Climb 2, so the rest of... Oh, we need to go over 1 wet. Back to our start. We'll put our CG in. That'll work. We're running flaps 15. Okay, so we got 120. Okay, we're way off. Well, actually, no, we're not. We're actually within 5 to 6. Yeah, we're pretty good here. So there, and there. We'll run with them. All right. Trim 5 degrees. All right, folks, and we can turn those off, and What I like to do at this point, move into the center, tilt down a little so I get that 146. Now, I've heard the aircraft adjusts for this, and I do not know if that's true or not. Once you set 146, it'll actually set a up or down climb better or not. So we'll try it out. I like putting some speed on that, but we're looking for 0318. And I know you guys can't see it. I'm just looking at the Midway departure. 3,000. We'll set it for now, get up and going, and probably pretty quick move it up. And at the same time, let's get the flight directors on. And that takes care of that portion of the checks. Come out of plan. All right, and you know, one thing I did not start. I want to make sure I haven't forgotten to do anything. Okay. Just going through the checklist here real quick. Okay. All right, we are actually loaded, so we can fire up the APU and get ready to roll. Switch this back. Okay, there's our coordinates. Okay. Again, just double checking altimeter. We don't have that set yet. Let's pull that back up. My end is 3010. Okay. While we're at it, all right. One more. We'll go up to 900 out of here. All right. And I'm just setting some minimums for here. All right. And then one, we'll use the AGL for inbound to Vegas. All right. So we are set. We've got our fuel on. Let's get that APU going. As soon as it's back up and running, we will get the passengers on board. Okay, left outer fuel aft tank on. Click, and 1, 2, 3, buckle my shoe. Here comes the APU. Hawker 125, yes it is a Boeing day for you. Hope you enjoy. Hope you enjoy. Just waiting for the needle to come back down and give us the blue light right about here. And then we can kick the APU gens on. Come off the external. Okay, go home. All right, that is now disconnected. Here come the people. Get back up here, kick the bleed on. And folks, we are moments away. Let's see. Flight director's auto throttle. That's all set. We'll just click the fuel flow switch and set the minimums. We've already done everything else. Radios will get to work here. Okay, thrust reversers down, engine thrusts we've already checked. We'll do it one more time. Okay, and progress. And we can now turn the infamous yaw dampers on. All right. Passengers are boarding. All right, so again, folks, we are Chicago, otherwise known to some as Chi-Town, headed to Vegas. We are going to bring in charts and do our taxi and departure brief all at once. All right. Come back to that. All right, so here we are at Midway. Now, folks, this is the new charts version, charts 8, I think they called it. I am still getting used to it, so it's not an easy tool to use. But once you get and play with it a little bit, it gets easier. And I think it was the same way with the other. But you're starting to see one thing I do like. I don't necessarily have to have this up. Noticing that. There's where I'm parked. So I'll, as you can tell, push nose south. We'll taxi via Bravo 8. Oh, that's the intersection. We'll taxi inner ring here over to Tingo and out to Echo for departure on 3-1 Charlie. Now we'll look at it in a better way. But that's a quick thing you can do, folks, is just do this to show your taxi. Or the conventional way. Again, we're going to come down, I guess it's Yankee. So we're going to go to Yankee, to Papa, to Tango, to Echo 1, 2, 3. Whichever one, we'll go 3 unless somebody tells me otherwise. And then we'll go out 3-1 Charlie. Now, simple taxi again, push back nose south. Okay. Now, I am only bringing this up as a reference. We are not filed Midway 6. But I feel it a good reference for what we're going to do. Or, in essence, we're going to take off. Initially assigned turn within 4 miles of the airport. Okay. And what we're going to use is the ILS 109.9, I believe, yeah, for the ILS. And we'll just use the DME off of it to know 4 miles, punch it towards PQ. So that's all I'm using this for in the departure brief. And then we'll make our turn thereafter. 3,000's our initial. Hazards around us, yes. Look what's to the north, O'Hare. Out to PQ, and I do need to do one. No, I already did it. So we're 3-1 Charlie to PQ and then on our filed route. Again, reference real quick our speeds. Our safety speed so that we'll be able to stop before the collapsing concrete at the end of the runway. 129. Rotate is 137. V2, which is basically that we clear the buildings at the end of the runway because we're going to be close. 146. So yeah, that's why we're going pretty much full power takeoff. All right, we got the word everybody's aboard. Let's go ahead and Get some more doors closed like the out ones. As soon as I hear counts are good, we are good to go, and that's here in a moment. I'm just one more time through them. Well, we're on APU, so let me get up here real quick. All right, and all right, here we go. We've been cleared for pushback, so once the door's closed,
Ladies and gentlemen, the boarding door is now closed. Flight attendants prepare doors for departure. Cross check, fair price staff, stand by for all call.
All right, we've got everyone strapped in. Give us a ring if you need anything.
okay, and doors closed behind me means we're pulling chocks. Getting the beacon on. And waiting on our tug.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up. Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
We'll get a little hit of de-ice here.
Tow connected and bypass been inserted. Release parking brake. Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right, so we got the call. We can start them up. Let's get the fuel pumps on. All right, we're going to go ahead and start cranking up number 2. Okay, we got a good light off.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, let's go ahead. Start up number 1. We're just waiting for it to get to 17 here, folks, but less than 25, so we're good to bring it up to run. Fuel's flowing, so we got a good start. Numbers are building. Go ahead and release our tug. And I can see we have fuel in the center too, so we need to turn that on here in a moment.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
And thanks for flying with Mike. There we go. Okay. Okay, AC voltmeter over. And packs back on. Okay. We are clear and free to taxi. Okay, we're off the generators and pack is off. Always make sure you're off the generators, because if you don't, folks, you're shutting all the electrics off. Okay, flaps to takeoff. Our case 15. I think that's where we're set. If not, we're at 10. Okay. And finally, taxi lights, runway lights, we're ready to go. Then trim is, I believe, at 5.0, 5.0 set. All right, let's get back on Midway's back into the Unicom. Midway traffic, Southwest 572, taxi to 31 Center. Okay. Heato heats, engine ice, and wing on now. Here we go. Well, I ended up short. Let's see, where are we supposed to be? All right, again, folks, welcome aboard. Thank you for being with us today as we taxi out to 31 Center for departure. If I had only one complaint with Zibo, or if I had, a complaint, really, I don't, but it's with all X-Plane airplanes. This ring is in every airplane, and I mean, it's their planes as well as the payware planes, and in the freeware in this case. But still, I can't figure out why this ring is, on the planes, unless that's something that says it's beta. And by the way, for those of you who do fly X-Plane, haven't for a couple of days, Beta13 came out here in the last couple days. So plan on a quick update and then you'll be good to go. I haven't seen any other problems. I know when I went to Beta12, it seemed like X-Pilot had an update out there as well. And something else, I forget. But folks, I mean, can't beat X-Plane, especially since you got to pay triple digits to get into the world of Musfuss. The world of X-Plane, you're under $100. Actually, you're almost under 50, but no, it's in the 60s. But still, far cry cheaper. For, in my opinion, just about as good scenery as you're gonna find. I mean, you want to pay the money for it, go right ahead. Most of us don't have that kind of disposable cash. Like I said, that's pretty doggone good, folks. And I can attest, that looks like, I think that's Cicero running right there. Could be wrong. It's been a lot of years since thankful years that I have not driven Chicago. Okay, we are now holding short. Let's, we'll go ahead and stop the aircraft and get our takeoff briefs completed. Okay. All right, let me go through them real quick. Engine starts to continuous. Okay, that's basically moving these to the right 1 notch. Auto brakes reject takeoff. That would be a good thing in case we do have a major issue. Turn off lights set. TCAS RA on. Squawking 2000. Heading bugs for the runway. 318 and set. And LNAV, RNAV on. Oh, we must have it. Okay, well, we'll get it in flight. We'll be running then on 318. Lower ECAM blank. All that means, folks, is we'll do a quick to the left. Glad I did that, because now I can... You saw that it went like this when I just eased on it. We want it to go nice and easy so we have a better control of the flight. Make sure it centers too, folks. Same with the elevator. Rudder. Okay, everything looks good. Let's do a freedom of movement. Looks good. And we're centered. And we got a slight delay because Pilot and Command forgot to start
traffic United 2320, taxiing runway 22 left O'Hare.
start the ECARS program, so we're getting that running for Mac Air. Folks, that's a good airline too if you want to fly. I've been with them for several years now. Founded by the guy that does a lot of videos on YouTube, Captain Mac. Really good bunch of people. I highly recommend them. !Mac, M-A-C, and they'll get you going. It's really a good, several divisions to choose from. You automatically end in the open, but then you can choose some of the others like cargo, charters, historic. They have a pro line division if you're into, you know, really honing in your skills. So, I mean, it's a really good quality bunch of folks there. And like I said, Captain Mac is the man behind it all, even though they'll tell you the rest of us are the ones behind it all. But yep, that's who we're flying for today. Just waiting on it. There we go. Current bids. Midway to Vegas. That's the one we want to fly. And for those that were looking forward to the next installment of the African adventures from Djibouti down to Mogadishu, that had to get canceled yesterday due to, as I stated in the Discord, we were at a funeral. My wife's uncle passed last week, and the funeral was yesterday. So, unfortunately, we had to cancel, but you understand the circumstances. All right, so let me get down here, choose the correct airplane. Wait for it to say you chose incorrectly. And all I got to do is throw the route in and we're ready to roll. All right, and get over to here, to here. All right, we are just verifying we are on the map with them. Not. Why are we not? There we are. Okay, now I found it. Okay. Always want to make sure if you're looking to get credit. All right, here we go, folks. Coming out of Midway, no controllers online. And traffic here at Midway, just this little Southwest 737. Midway traffic, Southwest 572, departing 31 Center. Here we go. All right, folks, lights on. Strobes, everything's ready to go. Still have a very hard time seeing the lights on these wingtips. All right, here we go. Auto throttle on. Let's get her built up to 60% and stabilized. Here we go. Toga.
V1. V2.
United 2320 departing runway 22 left over.
Positive rate.
Gear up.
To go.
Roger, up to 32. Okay, we'll make our turn 270. Actually, we'll go to 260, intercept. Actually, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Getting really tossed about here, folks.
10,000 feet.
Alright, real quick, lights off. Sorry for being real quiet there. I'll get into the chat here in a moment, folks. Okay, fuels are all on. Alright, so let's get into that chat, shall we? And I do apologize. I get kind of quiet when I'm distracted like that. I mean to pop it out, and I always forget to. Yep, Hucker, if you're still out there, yeah, we're hoping that too. Be watching Discord here in the next few days. I'll be posting a lot more on that. Our next flight, I gotta figure out what day again I'm at. Friday will be a setup for it. We'll take the 727 down to Miami and then come out of Miami. Both flights will be with FedEx Virtual. And we'll head for Anchorage. So look forward to you all coming on, folks. It's open. It's a group flight. If you want to take part in it, we'd love to have you. And like I said, it's 8.5 hours, and I was remiss in starting that, so we'll get that going now. All right, so there you go, folks. We're on our way. We're through 13,000, climbing on up. And we will top out at 32,000 till drab, then we'll go up to 34,000, I believe it is, for our flight. But folks, we thank you so much for being a part of my flying with Mike, and look forward. Hope y'all can find some time in your schedule today to come on up and fly with us. We're on VATSIM. We're airborne out of Chicago, and estimating getting into our destination. Can't read it there. Sorry, folks. The eyeballs aren't what they used to be. Haven't been for quite a while. Oh, and that feature stopped working. Huh. Interesting. All right, with 1.1 that came out from Sim Toolkit, the I can open up the scratch or the loadouts with it, but I can't go any further from there. But we're looking at 3 hours 12 minutes as we climb up. We're about to hit transition, so let's get in the middle here and see how that works out.
$18,000 feet.
Okay, we'll hit standard. Make sure both read standard. Now, I will give Boeing this, and I think I figured it out in Airbus, but I'm not ready to swear to it that I have. One thing I do like is that you can preset your, as you're starting down, your altimeter when you cross transition. So that way when you click standard, it's at your altimeter settings. I like that. And I think, like I said, I figured it out in the flight factor and the TOLUS Airbuses, but I'm not ready yet to announce that I have, because I know better. I'm always wrong. All right, so let's get up here, get terrain running on this one. Maybe. That was not what I was looking for, folks. If that's all it's going to do, we'll turn it right back off. All right, we're not going to run with it there. Let's try it over here, shorter range. Okay, nothing happening. Let's try weather. Okay, we are getting some of the weather returns out there. That's cool. And we're going to be... where are we at here? Speed-wise, looking good. Flaps are up. Let's do a quick and make sure here as we press into cruise. Okay, flaps are up. Auto brake is off. All the lights are off. Altimeters are set. We are headed for cruise. All right. Always a good thing, folks, when we're headed to cruise. So we will be right back. Okay, I still see the flickering issue that we've talked about for a long time. People keep telling me, well, that's a beta thing. Well, they better fix it, because I know some people that use this that could go epileptic because of that. So that is one of my really big pet peeves with this version of X-Plane is the flickering. These clouds, by the way, oh my gosh, they look like 10 times better than when I first started, maybe even 100 times. So, but the big thing I want to talk about here for the next minute while the commercials run is thanking you all who support the channel by subscribing. You're hearing my voice while the others are not because of that, and because of your subscription, along with not getting commercials, you're helping us to get aircraft. That's how the 747-200 came about, as well as St. Louis Airport. Now, granted, St. Louis Airport is still X-Plane11. We haven't been told it's available for X-Plane12. But you're the reason, folks, we get the 727, because I take that money and I put it right back in here. That's how I was able to buy X-Plane12 too. So thank you so much for subscribing and being a part of Flying with Mike. Welcome back, everyone, to Flying with Mike. While you were away, we were just commenting on just how great these clouds look. That's unbelievable. I mean, you all saw the first videos, first streams of the clouds. I mean, other than the flickering, these are like 100 times better and unbelievable. But also I want to say thank you for following us. Thank you for, if you're not following and you're just watching, thank you for the support. It means a lot to us. And it helps me to decide where to head next with purchases for the stream. So thank you very much. And again, my apologies that we weren't able to put another flight in this week, but due to circumstances, we just couldn't. So, and I'm sure a lot of you are the Boeing folks going, oh, hallelujah, we didn't have to put up with another Airbus. And you know what? Those Airbuses, folks, are fun. So, all right, we're over our first fix PQ, headed on our way. And I'll tell you, once X-Plane gets rid of this flickering, it'll be a really good sim. To me, that's the one thing that just keeps it from, you know, greatness. So, because, folks, that can cause so many issues to so many people out there. So, got to be careful with that one. All right, folks. Well, I'm gonna, while we still got a couple minutes to get up the top of climb, let's go ahead and start running some music in the background and get this thing in cruise. We got about 2.5 hours to go, and well, let's see if that feature is working. Always good to find out. 2.5 hours to go to Vegas, folks. And real quick look at the weather over that way. A little warmer, about 6 degrees warmer. You know, take what we can get. 10 degrees Celsius. Winds are 020 at 14, so be watching for a runway change possibly. That's getting close enough to where the ones may have to come into use. And I know what that means elsewhere. So, but wow, barometric pressure of 3053. Whoa, that altimeter setting is way up there. So, yep. And I don't know if that's normal out there. If that was 1,000 to go is what he said. Okay. If that was here in St. Louis, that's a very high barometric pressure for here. Probably anywhere else, but I don't know norms in Vegas. So, but anyway, folks, we're going to put her in cruise and let the music roll.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we're level to our initial cruise altitude, expecting a fairly smooth ride today. We have the seatbelt sign turned off, and while you're seated, we do ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened about you at all times in case of encounter unexpected bumpy air. And we do thank you for flying with us on American.
All right, folks, I'm back. All right, let's see. While we were gone, I hope y'all are enjoying the ride here as we head to Vegas in the Zibo 737. Now, I talk up this plane quite a bit because basically, folks, it's free. You don't get PMDG quality. PMDG, I mean, you look at this plane, I can hear a lot of people go, that's PMDG. How'd you hack it? No, we didn't hack it, folks. It's X-Plane. X-Plane had a guy, made a mod, improved all the systems on it, and you got a free, right up there with PMDG, folks, 737 for free. I was going to say for less, but there is no savings because it's free. You save 60 to 100 bucks, whatever they're selling it for. So, something to consider, folks, It's a really good aircraft. Does everything the PMDG does for the most part. I mean, it misses on sure a couple cylinders, but it's free. It doesn't break your bank book when you're in a season like we are, with high inflation, unemployment beginning to go up, with big computer companies starting to announce layoffs. Folks, it's free. So plus the savings of flying X-Plane versus triple-digit MSFS. Hey, I'm sorry, it sold me. So, I mean, you can all say, well, we could do this, we could do that. Fine. Hey, power to you. I can do a lot of things in here too, so get back here. Let me pull up my AV tab though real quick. Map. Oh, we're just getting ready to go by Des Moines. I wonder if it's a big wind farm right out here. Windmill farm. But anyway, yeah, just some things for you to put in the back of your mind. Like I said, it is a free program, folks, so it's pretty hard to turn down free. I know y'all will, but for me, it was no-brainer. So we will continue on here. We got about 2 hours, 15 or so minutes to go. Vegas is really looking, well, what you would expect. It's a desert city, so. And this time of the year, temperatures are tolerable, and it's just going to be a beautiful arrival. Now, I haven't begun checking, but I'm thinking runway change could be in progress. That ain't an easy place, depending on time of day, to do that. Anywhere is not an easy thing to do. But out west and out east, it gets kind of complicated because you got to flow your traffic like the others or vice versa. So we'll kind of get a feel for what we're getting here. I'm pulling up FlightAware right now. There is one program you could use in this case, folks. So it would help to spell right. There we go. If you go to that website, folks, and select the facility up in the top there. KLAS in our case. You get the METAR as of 1756. Okay, that's one thing missing on this site. Would be nice to see an actual time. That's okay, I've got several programs up here to cover that base. Okay, so within the last half hour, I've got 030 at 7. That's going to be tough to sustain the 6s, or 2-6, but they're still showing it. However, they are now departing on the 1s. That is very difficult. You're going to get a lot of aircraft saying unable, unable. So, and I'm pretty sure it's because of the heavies. So, but yeah, 0307, gusts to 16, 10 miles clear, and yeah, this is going to cause problems down the road today. A lot of taxiways closed. Oh, they are now beginning to land on the 1s. Okay, 2-6 left and 1 left. So, probably a land and hold short. I'm shocked is not in place there. Take a look. Maybe I'm overlooking it. Oh, okay. Yeah. They don't need to. Never mind. Alright, so yeah, I mean, that's 14,000 feet they can use, so, and 2-6 left is 10,000 feet, so you're not holding short of anything. Departures are, okay, cool. Alright, so Concourse C we're headed to, alright. Well, I am going to plan the 1 left ILS. I believe we have that option. Approach. One left ILS. Alright, so getting a quick look-see at it here. I don't even know if this is technically allowed. Take a look. I may have to continue to 3-6 or 2-6. Oh, Chow 2. Alright, let me look at that real quick. Oh, okay, I see how it does it. So we come in at 16 out. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, it'll work. All right, cool. We don't have to do too much interiorly to our flight plan to get us in there. Well, if I'd have just looked at the stupid chart, I would have gotten it. Jeez. Oh, let's see. So we're going... Okay, got everything set up here. All right. Oh, this is fairly decent approach. Okay, I think I got everything. Oh my gosh, this thing is sometimes just way too complicated. Sorry. Sorry, folks. We're doing our best here to learn this. Whew. Okay, so we've come off of Gale. We're now headed to Lincoln. Boy, if you just touch it, it doesn't like you. Alright, we're going to just leave it alone. Let me get back into the chat here, shall we? But again, all of that to say, folks, we are coming in runway 1 left. That is our game plan, whether Los Angeles Center, if they come up by then, say so or not. And we'll do the taxi to get to Southwest Terminal. These kind of winds, unless they change, and folks, we still got a good 2 hours to go, so I mean, there's still time for a lot of change. So, but for now, that's what we're looking at. Nice on top here. Yeah, I gotta stay away from that transfer. It really, wow. Alright, so we'll get back and check our D-ATIS here in a little bit. Currently, and we're showing 2 hours, 25 minutes, so we've got a pretty brisk headwind on us, folks. Speaking of which, alright, so currently we're looking at a 290 at 39, so putting that into perspective, we got about a 33 knot headwind. Producing for us a ground speed of 420, 421. That's actually not too bad, folks. And truing out still at about 450. We're only doing Mach 0.7. I wish we could get a, well, we could, but work on getting this heading set. Here real quick, make sure the traffic's on. It is. Got a lot of precip down below us. Kind of not sure if we actually have snow and all like that below us, because every radar I've seen from the most reliable source out there, Sim Toolkit. Yeah, right. To Skyvector, to even some of the local channels, see that kind of lamp. Like Chicago, just either a little system just blossomed up on, is blossoming on them, or what? You can start seeing some flurry action here, looks like. Let's go check the real weather radars. Okay, let's see here. I think I could really go to the authoritative news source, Facebook, and see what they're saying. Just waiting on the app to fire up. It's, getting those little hamsters and gerbils to work in the old school technology in this station. It's a lot around us, so we could see flurries today. Alright, so as long as it happens today, it leaves us alone for tomorrow. And just going through some of the information coming across X-Pilot. Alright, so we just cruise along above all of this weather, headed to Las Vegas. And a bunch of people, I'm sure, are looking forward to the nice weather that we're going to run into out there. Alright, so... Perfect. All right, so we are 60 miles or so out of Lincoln, Nebraska. And then we'll be looking to Drabs, which is where our projected step climb is to be. And looking at significant weather charting that I have available, really isn't much. Let me check another one. Hang on, that just... Looks like the closer we get to Vegas, we're going to get into some turbulence, so we'll be thinking about that as we get closer. But for now, from Lincoln over to, say, Denver, looks like some pretty smooth air. Then we'll start thinking about maybe popping the seatbelt sign on if I haven't done that already. Get that on and get people back in their seats. But right now, folks, we are right nicely above the clouds. Alright, so we'll keep pushing on here to Lincoln. So, hope you all enjoy the ride, and see ya in just a few minutes. All right, folks, we're back with you. 32,000 feet. And according to Drabs is this fix here, so between Lincoln and Drabs, we're heading up to 34,000. Okay, Albuquerque Center is online for those following the flight. However, we're not in their airspace. Okay, I'm going to drop down here. Okay, our optimum altitude is 36,000, well, 37. We're not going there. Let me just kind of take a look at some wind charts here. Okay, current 1840. What level are we at here? Let's go to 30. Whoop. Well, by Denver, we'll be past Denver. Pretty much entering in for the descent. Yeah, we'll start getting winds on our tail. Wow. So, yeah, we're kind of stuck with this headwind. I think the best we're going to be able to do is 34,000. It lets up as we come into Hays, Kansas. Yeah, we'll go ahead and at least go up to 34. So we'll set that up. Let's get over Lincoln first. Let's get as much of this, get into it as we can. Actually, there's a pretty good batch of snow around Lincoln. I'm not really sure what X-Plane's weather engine is showing here, so give it a try and see if any of the radar controls work. I think they do not. They do not. Okay, not for Zibo. Okay, we just crossed over Lincoln. Now we're headed to again, the clouds don't look all that great when you're at altitude. From the ground up to them, they look pretty good. But you know, that's one of the things that kind of gnawed, because when I bought this new computer, folks, I was in all intentions of getting the new Microsoft simulator. But the more I watched streams, the more I just went, this really isn't all that great. Weather really looked like, well, I won't even say it on here. It was bad. clouds were definitely not what they look like in the real world. I'm not even sure where they got the idea a cloud looks like that in the air. But I was just horrified at how bad things looked. Oh yeah, the mountains, the cities, my backyard could be seen. You can do that here in X-Plane. But to me, the weather was something very important. Now, when Update 10, 3 years later, came along, that changed. The weather, finally, the clouds took hold. After spending upwards to $200 just for the sim, I was like, you know what, that was money well saved. And then PMDG entered the market. Don't get me wrong, they got a great product. This one's equal to it, might be slightly under it, and I'll bet you it outdoes it in some areas free. But the weather, they're going to have some, it's going to take them some time. This is the very first time X-Plane began dabbling with 3D, textures in clouds. Default, not an add-on company doing it for them. But it could still be in cooperation. I don't know how that language is. But, not happy with it. But again, it is default. Hopefully, someone like Active Sky or X, I've heard someone say X Environment or something like that. I don't know. I've never heard of them, so who knows? But from the ground up, though, folks. Now, there have been some things I'd like to see with the weather, but I just might have been at a point where what I was expecting wasn't there yet. And that's always possible. But overall, folks, I have found X-Plane a very good product, especially X-Plane11. This new venture into X-Plane12 that Austin has taken, he says it's ready to go general. I don't know his philosophies. So I think it needs more time in the beta shops, but who knows? But I think overall it's a good sim. Actually, a really good sim. They've really done their homework, done everything. Just wish all the planes could lose these big rings around some of them. At least they've got them off other parts of it. But man, that's annoying. Other than that, though, folks, for me to be told find something wrong, I'd be hard pressed. That's it. Now, if you want to ask me what I'd like to see, that's a whole different question for a different time. But for now, great product. Scenery is dynamite. It may not be up to the MUSFA standard, but I'll take it. I'll take it for the savings of $150, and I'll enjoy the heck out of it. And I hope you do too. So kind of switch gears from negativity. Let's get back into the realm of positive. Alright, so we are now getting close to Drabs, and we're starting to break out of the system affecting Chicago, believe it or not, out here in Nebraska, which is really not unheard of, folks. I've seen them when I drove the truck go all the way to Denver. So, and I know people that live in St. Louis say the same thing. Okay, I was just trying to figure out what's going on with the stabilizer here. seeing through it or reflecting off the tail. So, not sure. I'm gonna take it as reflection. Alright, so we are getting into that turbulence now, so let's see how far it darts. And looking at just a few miles ahead. So let's punch it up, shall we? Alright, now there's a couple of ways to do this, folks. You can hit level change, altitude intervene, or turn VNav off, VNav on. And you can come down here, I believe, to and click in 3, 0. Let's see if it'll start climbing off of that too. And there is a way, and I do not remember it, and I will say that is something I think missing from Zibo as to how or when to set a step climb, because I know you didn't set it in the initialization. I think you do it off either the progress or the page, but I don't see the line for it. But I know our optimal is right up at almost 38,000 feet. We're not going up there, folks.
That's good.
It's just, the winds are just too horrible for us to do anything up there. We're right now at about 6 point, is that an 8? 6.8 on our reserves into Vegas. We needed 7.2, so we're still below. So hoping we pick it up in December. So that means I need to put a fuel factor in from now on. But yeah, I think there's supposed to be a line up here that says step climb, and that could be something I got to find in the options. So all right, enough of me, folks. How's your days going? What are you guys up to today? Any of you out flying? Be it real world? Oh, that would be real cool to hear about. Or in the sim world.
They talk about another kind of work. Another kind of work.
Alright, so what if I dialed in here? Having some fun here. Let me push this out a little bit. Oh, that's too far. Okay. Alright, so what I've done for right now, Hayes Center, which I believe is Kansas. Oh, it's in Culberson, Nebraska. So there's what I get for thinking again, folks. Okay. What I'm doing is just setting up a point, guesstimating off of, hang on a second. All right. Just guesstimating off of here, the 050 radio. When we cross that, then we know, you know, where we're at. It's just a neat way to cross. Gives you an idea where you are. Even though you've got two front and back, how about are you on this course this way? Your lateral. So now in this case, we've got them both up on the screen, basically, so we know we're going good, tracking to. Where are we along there? So, and it's, you know, one way to just kind of help speed the time along to be doing things and all. So, I do those from time to time, just getting bearings, especially in the 7th form, trying to see are we tracking right? So, believe me, folks, when you go transatlantic, transpacific, you're off by ever so much as a little bit of a degree. That can put you off in half an hour, way off course. You've got to figure out how to adjust to get back in. So, don't want to find out that late into it or at the next position. Oh, I'm actually not at the right position. So, we're just going to ease on down the road. Airway, as they say. Just under 2 hours to go. We just leveled off at 34,000, and once we pass HCT, Denver is next in our sights. And that's where we'll begin to watch for turbulence. Air mets are up for moderate turbulence between 26,000 and 39. So it's a lot to read through to get to that point, so moderate turbulence. So that's the known stuff out here, folks. Anytime we could hit clear air turbulence. Only way we know that's out here is usually by PIREP. And PIREP is pilot report. Basically, you would, in our area, we would call it Columbus Flights Service. Columbus, Nebraska, that is, flight service. And give them our report. We could give it to the center controlling us at this altitude. Or we could request off frequency for a moment to give flight IREP data to flight service. So either way, that's what we used to do way back when. Today they might say, no, we'll take it for you and give it to them. It just seems to me to take longer to get it out for the plane behind you to hear it. Okay, I saw that too, folks, an overheat detection as we get the fuel out of the center tanks. I saw that overheat. All right. Okay, folks, I'll be right back. Gotta use the lab and grab a quick bite to eat. And I'll be right back, folks, and we'll start looking at setting up for the arrival into Las Vegas. We're on the Chow 2 arrival there. Right now, planning the one left arrival into there. So we'll kind of get an idea of what Vegas is doing here momentarily. looking at about an hour and a half into Las Vegas as we looking at here. Coming into Denver, I believe. Well, we're getting close, yeah. All right, yeah, we're off Hayes Center and headed towards Denver, Colorado. A little bit of snow showing in Central there, so. Well, you know, we can all sit back and go, it's way too early for this, but it really isn't, folks. It is that time of the year again where that white stuff falls, and it's not necessarily from our heads. So, anyway, we are on our way. Let's see here. Alright, latest update now, 040 at 7. It's getting real tough to keep the 2.6s running there. Gusts 16, 10 miles visibility. So good day coming into a high country of Nevada there, in the high desert area. So should be fun. So we'll kind of just sit back. We're kind of watching the chat room, making sure you guys are behaving, and hoping to hear some words of where you're flying from and to, or if you're off my wing and I don't see you. Alright, folks, so y'all enjoy. We'll just kind of kick it down here for a little bit, give it about an hour, and we'll start talking arrival. All right, folks. I'd like to take just of your time. We have another verse of the day running in our timers. That's really, this speaks to a lot of things, folks. Whoever has my commandments keeps them. He it is who loves me. And he who loves me will be loved by my Father, and I will love him and manifest myself to him. That's a really good thing to think about there, folks. We're here on this earth for such a short time, and the commandments set forth in the law of Moses. Try that again, Moses. If you really dig deep into them, and I have been all year, I've embarked on reading the Bible, the entire Bible, through this year. Gonna fall short. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna end up in January, but every time I read something in the law, it's amazing. The ones that were truly amazing to me were the dietary laws that were set down by Moses. But when we follow those commandments, had we followed those laws, folks, obesity would be a tough thing in this country. Any country, for that matter. Because of those dietary. God was telling them, do this, folks. That was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 years ago. But we know better, right? We're our own gods. No. So if we keep those commandments, we keep them fresh in us, God will love us. God loves us no matter what, but you stick out a little bit. And he who loves God be loved by God. And that will manifest to you. Well, here's another one that I came across a few weeks ago. I don't know if any of you all watch The Chosen. It's basically the telling of Jesus on the screen. They're in season 3. I think comes into the theaters here pretty soon, if not already it happened. And seasons 1 and 2 you could watch for free on TV. They have a great it's a great fund-me program. Basically, you're paying it forward so your neighbor can watch it. There's a great devotional book that came out, 40 Days with Jesus, basically season 1. Season 1 climaxes with the encounter of Nicodemus and Jesus in the dark, secluded, if you will. And Nicodemus being taught probably is a better word. The kingdom is here. The kingdom of God is here upon you. And he's missing it. For God so loved the world that he gave his only child, that he who believes in him shall have everlasting life. That is the culmination of season 1, John 3:16. And funny part is everyone forgets to read 17, 18, 19, and on. They focus in on 3:16 and forget, folks, Jesus didn't come here to say you're condemned. He did not come here for that. He came to save you. You're already condemned, folks. I'm condemned. Your neighbors are condemned. The whole world is condemned. Humanity is condemned. He came to save us. And that's what is the remarkable thing. He came to save you. All you have to do is literally reach out. Jesus, save me. That literally is enough to, believe in Jesus. Believe, have faith. Well, back then, though, many of the disciples were putting restrictions on people. Restrictions in accessing Jesus. The famous verse which you saw. I tell you, anyone, this is Mark 10, 15, 16, that's what I put up there. Truly, I tell you, anyone will not receive the kingdom of God like a little child will never enter it. And Jesus took the little children in his arms, placed his hands on them, and blessed them. Folks, the disciples weren't getting it either. And Jesus basically was looking at them and saying, why restrict people to me? I'm here for them. I am here to save them. And he's looking at us the same way with our preconceived notions of what it is to be part of the kingdom. If you don't follow this law, this rule, this, that, the other, this, from Deuteronomy, Numbers, and all of this, how can you become part of Jesus' flock? No, that's not what he's saying, folks. What he's saying is, there are no restrictions. He wants you to be, think about that little child. Folks, they trust you with everything. And that's what he's looking for from you. Trust him. Have faith. Folks, you know what's funny? People say, well, I don't have faith. Really? You sure got a lot of faith in that chair you're sitting in. Funny movie. That's not a funny movie. Let me strike that. It's not a funny movie. Funny scene in a pretty serious movie with Mel Gibson. Now I can't think of the name of it, but he's a Revolutionary War, South Carolina. And scene the movie basically opens with this, folks. This is the faith you put into a chair you've either made or you bought. You sit in it. Is it going to fall apart like it did in the first part of that movie? Or is it going to hold your weight? Or in the scene in The Chosen, the wind. Yeah, we all know what the wind is. We hear it. But you can't see it. You can't taste it. You don't know where it came from. You don't know where it's going. Oh, you meteorologists, but well, you see, it's coming from this. But where did it actually start? You don't know that. You have faith that that's the wind. So you have more faith than you truly believe. And that's what Jesus was saying in that verse, folks. You are putting restrictions on people for no reason. Religion does do that, folks. I hate to say it. Religion is really good at putting restrictions on people. All Jesus is saying is, come to me. Be like a little child. Trust me. And his love will manifest in you. Isn't that just amazing? Well, I thank you for your time. I hope that helps. I hope I haven't confused you more. If you did, hey, Pete, our Discord channel is always available. You can either hit me in there or DM me in Discord, or even send a whisper in Twitch, comment in chat, YouTube when this video gets there. I'll try to make things make better sense. But folks, believing in God is not going through this hoop to get around this hoop and up and down that hoop and this. It's so simple. Just believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. That he died for your sins. And yes, I'm going to offend a lot of people. You're a sinner, just like me. Welcome to humanity. We're all sinners. Jesus was the only one in all of recorded history, folks, and unrecorded history, to walk a sinless life. believe that he died on that cross, died for your sins, that you can be saved, folks, he'll welcome you into everlasting life. Now, you're all going, wow, I'll get to live forever. Well, that's not what he's saying. Everlasting life will be in a perfect place where there's no gnashing of teeth, no tears, no sorrow, no pain. But if you don't, that's your future. Very simple. Just ask God, forgive you of your sins. I believe your son is your son, God. Jesus is your son. He died, he raised from the grave to save you from your sins and from an eternity of gnashing of teeth and tears and sorrow and pain, and lift you into the great city of heaven. All right, folks, I can see the Rocky Mountains in the distance. And I do thank you for your time on that. I know lying with Mike, we didn't have a choice. Well, I do realize that, but I do thank you for listening. And you still have time. So don't squander it, folks. We all suffer the same disease. It's called death. We all suffer. At some time, we will expire. And then what, Batman? I'm trying to think the name of that movie. I think it was The Patriot. Can't remember. Dang it, now I'm going to have to look it up. Yep, The Patriot. Really a good movie, folks. I do love that opening of the movie. Building himself, I think it was a rocking chair. Got it all done, looks real proud and all, sits down and... Oh, real good analogy to faith. Alright, so yeah, the clouds keep, you can kind of see them to the north, kind of hanging in there pretty tough, and a little patch. I think that's that stuff I saw on Simaware, outside of Denver. No, actually, there isn't anything around Denver now. Like I said, I don't take lock and stock there. I'll look at the real stuff in their apps and all, but I mean, that actually now looks pretty good, but when you tighten it up or you get a lot of clouds, it really does begin to look a little rough. All right, I'm seeing the airplane getting rocked about here pretty good. All right, let me tune in Denver. I think I have it already set and ready to go. I think. And I lied. All right, so Denver, what would be a good... We'll just kind of rock off that. Okay, so what's this one? H. What's this one? A table. Oh, that'll work. Okay. Oh, let's see. Hang on a second. We just crossed Denver. Ah. Alright, that's cool. I was like a little confused there seeing Falcon Mile High coming up like it did. Okay. Alright, and this VOR, by the way, folks, I'm sorry, not double, Red Table, I believe it's called. Yeah, Red Table VOR. Either side of it are some airports a lot of people love to fly to this time of the year, actually a little later on. Aspen, fun approach into there, folks. Eagle County, up to the north of it. Some really good flying into those passes. So, you know, take one of these in there. I mean, I believe the 730s, I don't know, 757s have gone in there. It's a very tricky one-way in, I believe, approach. I've only flown it once, and folks, that was in a Navajo. It was tricky and very slow, very easy. Taking it in something at 150 to knots gets a little tricky then. That looks pretty good down below. I mean, I know I can hear the Microsoft guys touting up their stuff, but I'm sorry, folks. At 35,000 or higher, it's going to look like this no matter what. You're in what we call flyover. It's called that for a reason. You're way up in the air. Now, the only cool thing I remember when we flew over from Vancouver to Dallas, this was one of the bad fire years out in this part of the country. I mean, don't get me wrong, California had them, but you could see the individual fires because the clouds were not many. And that was wild. Be able to see, you know, but then you could sit up and go, aerial tanker, you could go that way and you'll be right on it. You could literally route them in on it. But they probably saw it before you did, so. But it was really neat to see it from here. We flew a 737 for American from Vancouver down to Dallas, and yeah, it was amazing to see. Literally, I mean, it wasn't, but like Okay, yeah, now we're gonna have to get seatbelt sign on. Starting to... Yep, seatbelt signs coming on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going toward the area of Charlton. We ask passengers to please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was gonna start rocking and rolling out here. Okay, and again, this air met goes 39 down to 26. Just kind of, yeah, just moderate turbulence, and then we have moderate below 14. You ain't gonna have much below 14 to worry about, because then you start getting granite cumula in the process. Okay, I think we're settling down here a little bit. All right, so we're gonna do a quick rundown here, and go through our arrival brief here. At the same time, we'll try to set up our FMC at the same time. That is not going to be an easy course. So let's start with Sim Toolkit, which really, I'm trying to think, why would I do that to start with? But let's take a look at it though real quick. We'll come to HVE after our VOR here, and then GoApp is where we start in. Okay. Topic descent will be somewhere down in here. Alright, that's about as much as I can show because Navigraph is still not working here. But figure out what we need to do to make that work. Alright, so let's pull Sim Toolkit away. See if charts will be nicer to us. Uh-oh. Okay. All right, folks. Well, we're having a lot of fun here with shifting winds and all. Yeah, this is going to be a rough patch to get through. And you can see how the winds are shifting about. Now we got a tailwind on us, folks. And then it's going to shift to where it's almost a crosswind on us. I mean, it's still a crosswind, but it's now rear quartering. And you can see our airspeed recovering. And so let's get this going real quick here, because we're not going to get a lot of time. So let's get over to the legs page. Actually, let's get to departure arrival. Dang it, this is getting old. Okay, so we're coming in on the Chow 2. Okay, Chow 2, as you can see here, folks, we started Chow below 19,000 feet, 250. Okay, so let's start up here. These are our transitions. I'm just keeping an eyeball on the speed. Okay, so G-gap, that's where we're coming down. Vincent, here we are at Phil, at or above 24,000. Allen, 23 to 17, and again Chow under 19,000. From Chow we go to Tattoo. Let's see how it reads out here for the ones from Wolf. Okay, so we're coming Chow to Wolf. Wolf is where everything kind of splits away to hit the runways here. Come on, airplane, you gotta slow down. Okay, so we'll go pack, and you can see the altitudes as we work our way around. To Tooth, we'll be at 8 to 10,000. To Tray, 210 and 7,000. Okay, and then we'll be on the ILS for 1. Okay, so we'll plug that in here real quick. Okay, again, let's go ahead and put in the ILS. I have yet to find, oh, I know where Rome is now. Okay, so yeah, we'll come in here at Tray and then enter. Okay, so execute. Legs for verification. Okay, so back. C-gap Minson. PHL 24,000 mentioned on it. Okay. Allen 2317's next page. Okay. Speed restrictions until chow. Alright. Packet 7. 17. Beeper 15250. Okay. 220. That looks good. Tray. I'm going to change that to 210. Diagonal 7. Then over to the ILS. Code no. Nodi. Then we're in. And Nodi is 5300, 5300, good deal. All right, so that's all plugged in. All right, let's get rid of charts. And we're now set. For the arrival, folks. Oh, and did I see any discontinuities? Nope. Okay, so we're good. All right, so we're ready to bring it in, folks. We're currently... Oh, that would help to be spelled correctly. 53 minutes out, and it looks like we might be easing on the turbulence just a tad. All right, getting a little fast again. There we go. All right, so we're set up. Hang on a second here. Getting a little bright in the room here. All right, folks, we're ready to bring this in. Hopefully. Okay, that's on course. Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and let them out. Still getting bumped around a bit, look, folks. So, Actually, let's go with Dove. Let's see how that does. Let's go with that. All right. Okay, current weather now 360 at 11. Really going to be hard pressed to keep it up. Go ahead and check to see how traffic is meandering in and out on FlightAware. Well, they still are using the 2.6s. And the 1s. Alright, well, we're going to shoot for the 1s. And I'm looking at SimBrief right now. Looks like my airplane disappeared. There it is. Right. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and plan on the 1, landing on runway 1 left, and let's take a little longer taxi to the C terminal. We definitely got some wind shear here, folks. Yeah, it's not really shear, it's just very on the move. Now it's more a crosswind from the right side. As you can see how the arrow is, tells you. That thing again. We're not getting any better wind aloft information. Part of me is thinking about going up to 36,000. See how everything's working out here. Well, we're up to 7.3, so that's helping us. We're up a little over our TAS, but I'm a little nervous that we'll be into more turbulence up there than down here. Alright, top of descent 260 miles out. All right, folks, so we are almost there. Looking at looking at about 45 minutes till, and we're just about top of descent. So this ought to be fun, folks. Again, Zibo 737. Basically, it is the default 737-800 that comes with X-Plane, be it 11, be it right now the pre-release 12. It's a free mod to it, making it PMDG in X-Plane, even though PMDG is pretty well staying away from X-Plane now. It is unbelievable that you get that kind of quality in an aircraft company, PMDG, for free over here in X-Plane. And the flight dynamics over here are amazing, and I'm sure that's why PMDG couldn't handle it. So they can handle giving you the systems and this and that, but put it into the flight dynamics of X-Plane, I don't know. Don't think they were up to it. So, because they tried it with the DC-6 and pretty well stopped. So, shame, because we'd love to have flown the DC-6 over here. But, oh well. But again, this is that quality. Those of you that know that name know the quality of PMDG. That's in this plane. So, and when we go general release, the word is December. Didn't say what day in December, just said December. Who knows what Zibo will be able to do then. But it's a remarkable plane, folks, a remarkable mod for free. I mean, easily the man could have charged, and he's not. And thank you. And boy, what a mod you made. So we'll let the flight attendants do their thing here for a little bit. Again, the winds are shifting around so much up here. From the tail to almost direct side cross on us. Boy, the plane's taking a beating, and hopefully the passengers are okay back there with it. Alright, so we're coming up to HVE. Now the next my flight plan. Next up will be G-Gap once we cross that. Now granted, we still have a good 60 miles, I think it is, yeah, to HVE, Hotel Victor Echo. And once we cross that and make the turn, folks, we're entering the arrival for Vegas. Currently still no ETC in the area, which makes me happy. Because sometimes they get really out of this world in Los Angeles, and a lot of times I don't put up with it, so I just disconnect so I don't have to let them stress me out. I'm here to have fun like they're wanting to be. So, I hope your weekends went well. We were unable to get online yesterday due to family. We had a funeral to attend yesterday as my wife's uncle was laid to rest, which pretty well preempted any type of stream yesterday. So we will get the Mogadishu. Let's try that again. Mogadishu flight in the A320. Maybe not on stream. We'll pick up somewhere in that here. I may just start flying it on the side. And we'll from time to time pick up wherever I'm at on it. And again, while I've got your attention, Saturday, this Saturday, that's right, 3 days or so down the road, early call. I'm going to try to stream this, barring anything happening between now and then. At around 7 or 8 o'clock, I plan to come online Central U.S. time. 7 o'clock U.S. time would be 1300 Zulu. So those of you in Europe, do your math off of that, or the rest of the country for that matter, of the United States. And I am launching from Miami in my version of Across the Land to Alaska, Anchorage to be exact. Probably in the 747-200, probably on X-Plane12. And looking forward to having you all join us. Nice group flight. I know it seems kind of short notice, but we've been putting it out there from time, so feel free. Get a plane. You don't have to get a 747 or a MD-11 or 767 or A330. Although A330 comes with X-Plane12, so you really don't have an excuse. And join us. I have taken a couple of flights now in the A330, not on stream, just wanting to get my feet wet in it, see how it is now versus rumored what it's going to be like after we go into general release, which I'm really curious about. But yeah, join us. 8.5 hours, folks, is the scheduled fly time from Miami to Anchorage. We'll have routes and all of that posted here probably on Friday during the Huntington, West Virginia to Miami flight, which will be on Friday. So, yeah, look forward to having you along. Hey, if you can't fly, folks, join us. We'll be up and running. I may open Discord up so long as we keep the language in check. Start cursing and swearing, I will shut it down. So, anyway, so that is Saturday, folks. Look for an early start time. Think cross the pond start times of 7 a.m. U.S. time. 8 a.m. hopefully flying, and hopefully by 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening U.S. time, we're touching down in Anchorage. And speaking of Anchorage, there's a neat TV show that I'm trying to find. I think I got to get the Discovery channels to get it. I'm not sure. Ice Airport, Alaska, I think it's called, or Anchorage maybe. It's Anchorage International. It's kind of like those of you in Europe might have seen. I think it was on BBC, the Heathrow series where they ran. Each episode was something going on with British Airways. 2 or 3 different incidents, be it passengers upset with this going on, that going on at Heathrow, which in itself, folks, is a miniature city, by the way. The number of people that work there and everything in place. Many of your big airports are like that. Southwest had a show like that too, where different things going on at different hubs with customer service and other things with planes and all. I mean, I love shows like that where they show that off. This, I think, is the same, but we're dealing with a lot of issues that can hit that airport that other airports don't ever have to deal with in Anchorage. So, well, they do, but they don't like showing it off for some reasons. And that is snow. Snow removal. It's called an ice airport for a reason, folks. It's way up north. So that'll be a fun trip though. Saturday morning, plan on it. 7 a.m. European guys are going, oh, hallelujah. Man, that's right in the middle of our days. Yeah. America's going, oh my God, you mean I gotta get up? Really? Hey, join us along the way. So once you get up to around Chicago, folks, 737s can make the run. So, and if you don't believe me, well, we flew one for Alaska, whoops, not that one, out of Chicago to Anchorage. So it's about a 5-hour haul from there. So, yeah, it can be done in a 737-800. All right, we're about ready to start setting radios and all up. Let's see what we've got for time left on this one. 158 miles to top of descent. Figure about 2.5 hours we've been in the air, folks. So, about time to get to Vegas, I think. All right, now is a good time too, folks, if you want to get a prediction in on how well you think this landing will be. I'm kind of a little, well, we'll kind of see. But there's your format, just the exclamation mark, the word predict, a space, and a negative number will get you in there. See how close you can get. See how well you can gauge a landing for Flying with Mike. Well, I'll tell you this much, the METAR saying clear, I don't think they got that right, except I think they needed to put an S in front of it for severe clear. Holy mackerel. It's amazing. Over the last 50, 60, 70 miles to just poof, no clouds. So, there you go, folks. A nice view of the Zibo 737 over the high desert. I'm actually going to kind of like this approach we have. Normally you come in, you know, we would come in on the 2.6s, but to be able to come around and come in on the ones, that'll be fun in itself. But then when you get on the ground, the strip is completely to your left. So that's kind of neat. Instead of you get to see it from a distance as you're exiting, and you know, yeah, you're going to be that guy landing next to it or taking off. It's kind of neat. Alright, let me get a couple more. Alright, running down here. Let's run off at Enoch, 117.3. Then we'll start getting the ILSs set up. 117.3. And folks, to get this radio, I really like this radio setup. It's in the settings. All you do is go over here, make sure you're on home, click to the next page. Want to say it's in systems. And you just kind of scroll through. Did I miss it? Okay, it's obvious. Oh, comm radio. There's comm radios. One. Oh, here it is. Multi-mode receiver. So, no, you get what you're used to. Yes, you get those multiple radios. But you can kind of see what you get here, folks. Quite a bit. Haven't figured out what this is yet. Alright, we're just about into the star, and our top of descent looks like up here around Phil, which I think we have to be above 24, so I'll try to get us into the descent before then, folks. And get us in there. Kind of getting kind of hazy looking out here. Oh, Sky Vector is planning us to go in 2-6 left. No. I want to do one. Want to shoot the ones. It's interesting if you ever do get a chance to go in, and you're looking at FlightAware out of Vegas. And I only use Vegas because I look at it quite a bit from work. The interesting delays they have there. Now, every now and then they do get actual weather delays for thunderstorms or probably snow. But the traffic delays they get, because the wording always catches me. Something about runway in use, and I know they try to use both runways at the same time. one of the 2.6s and one of the 1s, or vice versa, the 1.9s. And it's just always interesting that there's that much traffic in and out of that airport. So, really interesting stuff. And the fact that it's half a mile roughly in the above sea level, high desert, meaning high temperatures, high density altitudes. And the aircraft have to be careful with the weight coming out of there. So, just really interesting stuff to dig into on these desert airports when you get these hot in the summertime. Wintertime, not so much. Other factors come in, usually traffic. So, but how airlines have to deal with that, the dispatchers and all. Yeah. Now we get into a headwind, hence why it's overspeeding. Like I said, I really would love to watch a real flight, real world conditions. Because, you know, you can say, well, PFDJ doesn't do that. Yeah, it does. It does it even worse. All right, so there's a G-gap, and we are now on the Chow to arrival. So we thank you all for being a part of the stream. Love for you to click follow along, folks. We'd love to have you join in, fly with us. We'd love it. You know, that's really one of my big goals, is not only that we get up and fly, you know, folks, this is to me stress-free, freeing up a lot of stress in my life, but getting up and flying, that is our goal here. Get you motivated so you can get X-Plane, go out and fly a plane. Or, you know, if you gotta lower yourself to get must-fuss, go right ahead. Enjoy flying. You know, now if you've got the bankroll for must-fuss, you probably have a bankroll. Just go get the real plane and fly it. Don't, just kidding, folks. All kidding aside with must-fuss. Yeah, if you're going to be able to afford that, you might as well go take a couple hours in the real plane, folks. Because trust me, that's not what you're going to pay. All right, top of descent coming up. We'll be easy on must-fuss here, folks. Top of descent 60 miles out. Alrighty. Look at that message again. Just make sure they're over in Orlando's games. MBA Soup. Oh, Lisbon. Okay, fine. Some of the titles these guys get. They kind of crack me up, as you can tell. It doesn't take much to crack me up, though, folks. I am going to go ahead and begin setting up for the arrival now, radio-wise. Okay. $16.9. And over here, a boulder in, I think, 116.7 by VOR 167.0. Push that up top. ILS 110. 10. Alright, so what I'm going to do for now, we'll keep Boulder up here. We do have McCarran up here at about 140 miles out. Now, let me zoom down here. Losses VOR2, Boulder 131 out. When we get coming down here, I'll flip it, maybe even after passing Boulder. So we're set up for the ILS. Vegas will stay the same, and everything's going to be enjoyable into there. Look ahead. These canyons, man, they did a real good job. Not sure what all they updated in the scenery, but it does look a little better and a little different. I know this much, many of the cities out there actually look like cities. Although some they missed. I mean, Memphis is one, Harrisburg. They really don't have, I don't know, there's things missing from all buildings for one thing. Both of them, but it just off a little bit. You know, can't have everything, and I'm sure that's where ortho comes in, which is a big scenery thing, free, any of it, unless you go off and pay for it at Orbix. And again, that may, I don't have any, so I don't know. All right, so we are set up here. Hopefully we'll get to do what we love to do and it'll work. Unlike last flight, where the land textures disappeared right over the numbers, so and then it kind of hopped. So really weird. So we'll hopefully get a better review of the landing there here in Vegas. Sorry about that, folks. Allergy season still going strong. All right, let's go. Let's go ahead, dial it in. We're heading down to 7,000. 17,000. Let's do it. Okay. Switch to the middle here. We're going to start. This applies both KMDG and X-Plane. when you're operating a 737, there's, again, like our step climb we did earlier over Drabs, same principles are applied here. But obviously we're going to come down. And that is, let's double check here. Okay, we're 17 miles from top of descent. That's why. Okay. I forgot. My chart not showing me. Execute. Okay, so here we go. So you can just click altitude intervene, and guess what? You can start your descent. Another way to have done that. Could have hit VNav, gone to your either progress pay or cruise or descent, and there might have been a descend now. Here's your forecast button. We're gonna, you know, anywhere but North America, where every country, has a different transition level. You can take Europe. I use a lot in this because you can take off, say, at Germany, and it's a transition level of 7,000. Head over to Belgium, I think it's 5,000. So you're going to have different transition. And transition means instead of what it reads on the ATARs, ATIS, your altimeter setting, you at 5,000 feet climbing or ascending, switch either to a standard 1013 to that altimeter, descending to that altimeter, climbing to 1013. So that's here. US makes it easy. Coast to coast, Alaska, Hawaii, Canada, and Mexico, it's 18,000. Keeps it simple, thankfully. Europe, I'm not saying you don't keep it simple, far from it. So, and it's all makes sense. It really, in the long run, it actually washes out and makes sense. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start dialing back here. This all makes sense. All right, so Boulder is now 18,000 or 18. Stuck on that number. So I hope that kind of helps out. Feel free in the Discord, folks. Questions. We got real world pilots that are part of flying with Mike. Keep me on my toes. Like literally. And helped us with our flight from LaGuardia to Midway, teaching us how to do a APU out and start on these planes, folks. APU, pretty doggone important. Prior to the use of APU, you had to have an air cart, you had to have a ground cart, electric cart to get started. You know, gets rid of all of that. So, in the big scheme of things, okay, you're now coming up on the glide path the computer has determined. Looks a lot like a glide slope, folks. Here shows you how you're doing RNIP and ANIP wise. If you're going to shoot such an approach, you've got to be within certain values for certain visibilities. All right, so we are in our descent, headed to 17,000. That, folks, is by Allen. Got to be below 19,000 by Chow. Now that's no matter what runway. after chow, then we begin the flattening out. As now, if you're going for 2.6s, you're going to probably keep that descent up. Going to start easing those dive planes up a little, and because you got a longer trek to get over to the 1.9s, the 1s, and if need be, the 7s. Or is it the 8s now? I think it would be the 8s, 2.6, yeah, 8s. So, yeah, those real world pilots will keep you on your toes, folks. We, like I said, did that AP out in LaGuardia. That was fun. A lot of good learning. I also know that a lot of the airlines now with these aircraft single engine taxi. So, and there's procedure for getting that engine started up. Second one prior to departure, obviously. So, and it's close to what we were doing. Actually, it was what we were. So, I mean, that's no different. But yeah, they're actually taxiing now on one engine. Because, I mean, let's get real. I mean, Newark, I hearken this all the time. Think about 9/11. Okay, and I know we all hate that day. Although many of us have forgotten that day. Just look at people act in airports now. But that all aside, choosing of Newark by the terrorists was a huge mistake. That airport is notorious for big backups. Aside from New York City's big backups with cars on the tarmacs. And could very easily sit 20 minutes, 30 minutes waiting to get out. There's a lot of fuel burning with two engines, let alone one. So, anyway, that's how I kind of look at it. Sometimes they have long taxis, folks. St. Louis, if you had to, in the soup, and they were going to legally launch two aircraft at the same, got to be a mile apart. And the only way to be a mile apart is to go out to 2.9. Say one 1 and the 1.2s, you're going to have to go all the way out. And folks, you got to cross and then go 2 miles, turn around and come back. So, long taxi, folks. And, alright, so let's reset now. 9,500. No. 17. Yeah, that's below 19, so we're good. We just got to be at or above 17 and packed now. So, that's a long taxis, folks. A lot of fuel burning in two engines. Now, of course, you then got to go through balancing and all of that good stuff, because unless you're running it where it's pulling from both tanks, and that can be done too. So, okay, we're over chow. We need to slow to 250. And we're going to go ahead, get those seatbelt signs on at the same time.
As we go.
Right, there's 250. Come over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are descending. Seatbelt sign is on. If you happen to be up and about, please return your seat. Keep your seatbelt fastened for the remainder of the flight. On behalf of the flight crew, we appreciate you being with us today. Wish you a very safe and pleasant journey to your final destination. Hope to see you back here with us soon. Thank you.
Alright, so, remember how I told you that one of the things I like about this, the altimeter 3047. Hang on, folks. Oh, you're gonna do that to me. See how I've got it preset here, so now when I click standard, it goes
As we
right
go.
to it. Set. Okay, we're beginning the turn. Now, here we're just kind of watching. We just crossed Wolf. Wolf is that dispersion point. Either head for the 19s and 7s, 26, or our track down to the 1s. Below us, pretty much, is Lake Mead. Damn. My bearings here. Hang on. It's up here. Up in, I think, in here. There's Vegas over here. Give you a little eyeball of where we are. Yeah, welcome to Lake Mead, folks. Now, remember how we intervened on the altitude by simply clicking here? That's also effective for the speed. Say you don't like 250. I'm not worried about it. Right. Okay. But let's just say you're not. Second. Cross that point. Then I'll switch us over to the ILS. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. Oh well, welcome to old age, folks. Oh well, wasn't that important. Alright, so again, do hope you enjoy the stream, enjoy the flight. Hopefully my train of thought will come back. But if it does, we'll get on it. My luck, it'll be as we turn to the islands. Alright, so we're crossing Pack. Our next descent is 15. Start that up. And if it doesn't go immediately, folks, which it does not look like it, it's 15,000. There she goes. Check your speed brakes. Mine appear to be down, but up, so that's good. Stove, pull it down. Again, cross beeper, it looks like. Go ahead and get things changed around. ILS. Let me run the checklist here real quick. Okay,
As we go.
descent, set. Coming up on 15 right now. Landing, stay stowed until we get under 10,000. Now, thing to remember, folks, we're 21, almost 2,200 feet above sea level. So technically at 8,000 feet, sorry, 12,000 feet, you're now below 10,000 AGL. It's your call whether to turn the lights on then. Same with making sure you're under 250. But I don't think for sure the virtual FAA is not going to come after you until you cross 10,000 on your ultimate. Just, you know. So now, let's set 12,000. It's going to go down on its own. It's like lights kind of keeping up. And if it looks like we're going to cross it high, we'll set for 11,000. Looks like we're definite. Set for 11, possibly 10,000. Alright, now we're going to need speed. Descent. Does good to 11,000 here at Jade. Then we're gonna get under 9. Get to 9,000. Then Judith, we gotta start slowing down to 220 and then down to 210. Right, we're past my mark, so flip us. KLAS. 0, 1. Oh, it's our team. Hey, we're ending up pretty high here, so I'm gonna ahead.
1,000 to go.
Down to 8,000. And looking at our descent needle or arc, looks like we're going to be right on track, and it would go to 7,000 in the ILS. Let's look outside here. See how we just circumnavigate the city to come around from the south. Okay, the last thing I need to do, let me zoom in. That's good. Okay, and we're now set up. There's frequency V card set, and some minimums. Minimums for the ILS here are
10,000 feet.
actually 2. Okay, 10,000 means the lights come on.
$1,000 to go.
Set up for 7,000. 220. I lied. 210.
$1,000 to go.
Hey, everything's alive. Vegas traffic, Southwest 572 intercepting the localizer for runway 1 left at Trey. Okay, and we're using now that it's leveled off. Things on. Okay, speed brakes in. Now for now, let's not on the localizer. Get flaps in. Distance 15 miles. Got the strip in sight. And we are beginning to come in here. I'm going to wait till I verify I have the runway in sight before I take over. Okay, I have the throttles. On glide path.
Gear down. $2,500.
Okay, we're at flaps 5, bringing some power in. Not much. Distance 10 miles. Vegas traffic, Southwest 572, 10 mile final. Runway 1 left, last call. Okay, there's flaps 15. Okay, flaps 30 for approach, runway in sight. We are cleared to land. Arm the spoilers, set the speed brakes.
Vegas traffic, Clipper 1088, heavy, taxiing 1 left.
Plane's gonna be mine. Like aiming. You know, I just got myself figured out where I was looking. I was thinking the runway's here. It's here, folks. Again, these are things that happen. Seattle is notorious for aircraft lining up for one of the taxiways, just like we were. So Vegas traffic, 3 mile final, Southwest 572.
1,000. 1,000.
Hey. Laps, 30. Speed brakes arm, geared down, 3 and green. Okay, here we come. Got the clipper.
500.
500.
400.
400.
Look at that strip, folks. Wow. Really well done. Good job, X-Plane. Okay, back to the
300.
runway.
300.
Minimum.
Drifting a little bit.
200.
200.
Okay, that's because I can't set my settings well,
100.
folks.
100.
50.
50.
40.
40.
30.
30.
20.
20. 10.
Las Vegas traffic, Clipper 1088, crossing runway 8 right.
Reverse deployed.
knots.
And Vegas traffic, Southwest 572 is off 1 left at Sierra.
Vegas traffic, Clipper 1088, line up and wait, runway 1 right.
Southwest 572 will quickly cross for you, 1 right.
Take your time.
And Southwest 572 is clear of 1 right.
In Las Vegas traffic, Clipper 1088, departing runway 1 right.
Is it just me, folks, or does it look like it rained here? I kinda don't like that. Let's see what's taken off. Airbus. Yep, A300. Or 310, my bad. Oh! That was hilarious, folks. Sorry. I told you it doesn't take much to make me. Like a helicopter takeoff. Oh, VATSIM. Alright, let me get through this real quick so we can get to the parking. Speed brakes are down, I hope. Yep. Flaps are up. And brakes are off. EPU started, position lights, radar needs to be turned off, and it is. Just get terrain. Alright, so if we come across... Trying to see the best way here. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. So I think I can proceed down this one. Okay, here we go. And we get to go by the firehouse. Alright, lights. Off, off. Apu is up and running. Okay. Stay in your seats, folks. Alright. This area I know is where a lot of Allegiant goes. This one's kind of a hodgepodge, but I know Southwest and I saw Spirit. This was 5 to 7 years ago, folks, when we were in Vegas. Boy, this is horrible. Maybe I can crank up here and see if I can't make the frame rate stay good, improve the scenery. Yeah, this does not look good. Well, the one good thing here, and if any of the developers for X-Plane are listening, at least I don't see any buildings floating like in Memphis. All right. Although, not sure what setting will fix this. Alright, I'm going to check flight aware on the route that I'm working with. C-24. Okay. Okay, I think I know where I'm. Okay, so we go this way. This way, I think. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, I got it. Just want to make sure. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, I'm going to the right one. Really not getting that. Boy, they really bring them in tight. I wonder if that's how it is in real life. Wow. Brakes on. Alright, flaps are up. Switching gens. Alright, and APU bleed on. Generators on, fasten, seatbelts off. Okay, we can go to cutoff. Okay. Welcome to Vegas, folks. Exterior lights off, which half of them are already. Fuel pumps off but one. Oh, and engines. Okay. Oh, this is total shutdown. Never mind. And flight directors off. All right, folks. All right, checklist complete. We are in Vegas. 429 feet recorded by Mac Air. We'll look at it. Hopefully get a chance to fly it. Okay. Just give me a second here to verify it filed. After that, don't care. All right, coming down. Looks like it did. Yep, waiting approval. Cool beans. All right, so that's good. We'll close that out. And folks, we are here in Vegas. All right, so go ahead and close that down. All right, let's get the jetway to the plane and let them get off the plane real quick. Okay, and here comes the jetway. Okay. Let's show something neat off while we're thinking about it. Let's go that way. All right, what I did, this is the camera, folks, looking out from right there at the door to the cockpit. So you can see that's the door that just opened. It would conceivably let you go into the jetway. And then you can go to center. And to the galley door. Pretty cool. I'm pretty sure Musfuss has it too, but you know, hey. Always neat, free things here, folks. Okay, we just need to come back to home. Click terminate. And then turn around. Move over, open our door, and it's all clear. All right, so there you go, folks. We are on the ground. We have made it to our place. According to SimBrief 508, it kind of seemed like a hard landing. So let's take a look at it, shall we? And here's Sim Toolkit. Now, we all can do this, folks. This is so cool. Again, here's our route. Shows you how we flew it in. But let's, yep, I do need to finish the flight. Okay. All right, now once you get to your logbook, which is this icon right here, click into the flight you want to see, which in this case is this flight. View the details. Yeah, you're getting the sad numbers right here. Although we didn't do too bad on speeds. Then go to the full report. And this, folks, is what, that tells it all. Holy mackerel, I landed her short. But again, I had a hard time figuring the runway out, but that's no excuse. 600 feet from the threshold, which is fine. We're in the legal landing zone. Virtual FAA can't come and take my license away. So from the threshold, which is this blue dot, all the way out to the single hash, that's your landing zone, folks. So as long as you land between that area, you did a great job. And guess what? The fact that you hit 500 feet a minute, all you're going to get are grumbles. Man, my butt hurts from that landing. Boy, did you leave a divot on it? So, not a bad landing overall. 15 feet off the center line. Okay, that's, not bad. Need to get a little further back over to the right. But overall, the numbers look good. Especially the speed. We were almost, I think, dead on. What were we slow? I can't remember. Let's see what TOPCAT's going to tell me for this airport. We're really slow, so that's where the problem came, folks. I pulled the power back too much. So, we get what we get. So, but there you go, folks. That is why I like Sim Toolkit. It's a free add-on, folks. You get a lot of learning right there. Okay. Now we're going to try and learn a lot, hopefully, out of the sim itself. Only reason I'm closing them is because sometimes some of the aircraft don't like this. Turn that off, pull the chocks, pull the jetway. At least the other good thing, hey, we're not seeing the jetway portion that meets the plane back here before we hit it. So that's good. I mean, they have addressed those issues. Hey, wait a minute. Now it doesn't look so bad. Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, yeah, it does. So here we go, folks. We're going to give it a try. Worst case scenario, crash to desktop. Worst case scenario, I forgot to turn off a X-Pilot. It did it for me. Oh, well, hey, we're in what's called replay mode. So let's go replay this. And start it up. And let's get some music. Runway is here, folks, not here or here. Okay, not going to complain too much about that, folks. That looked pretty good from that angle. And we didn't lose the scenery like we did in Phoenix. not bad. Get one more, and then we'll start looking in the plane. Not bad at all. Let's go out here, about the same distance, and wake up Hawker 125. Actually, not overall. I mean, I know it says 500 something feet a minute. Overall, that did not look all that bad. Air. Maybe. Way out there. Can we even barely see it out there, folks? Well, you know, we do the best we can. Let's go back one more time from the tower. I mean, overall, folks, hey, we're gonna walk away from it. You guys keep seeing it. Oh, I'm so mad. Let's go one more time. I am so mad at myself for that. Oh, sorry about that. All right, folks. Well, had a fun flight. Great 4-hour, 45-minute stream. Fun times here. Hope you all have enjoyed the flight. Hope you learned a couple things and just, overall, just enjoy. Folks, next stream is Friday, God willing. Will be Huntington, West Virginia to Miami. And again, don't forget Miami, Saturday, 7 a.m. Central Time to 8 a.m. Somewhere in there, we're going to start up and head over to Anchorage. So for now, folks, we leave you. We hope you had a great time. God bless you all. Have a grand rest of the week. We'll be back on Friday. See you then. God bless.